Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the public, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting for the Board of Public Works for Friday, April 29, 2022. Dr. Campos?
Good morning, everyone. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for today. We have President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioner Corzan. President Garcia, you do have a quorum at this time. Currently, we do have one caller on the line under general public comment. We have no commentary under the neighborhood council comments section. We also have two callers on the line for item number 1, and we also received a public comment received via email on item number 1 that has been distributed and entered into the record. It's been distributed to all commissioners and entered into the record as well for item number 1. Again, two callers for item number 1.
Great. Thank you for that, Dr. Campos. Let's move on to public comment first, and then we will do the approval of the minutes, and then we'll go right into the our celebration today, our recognitions.
Absolutely. Joanne D'Antonio, if you can please unmute your microphone at this time. The Board of Public Works is taking general public comments. You will have 2 minutes to speak under this segment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Joanne D'Antonio. I serve on the Community Forest Advisory Committee, and I'm also chair of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance Trees Committee. I'm speaking as an individual. Why do we have a protected tree ordinance? Because these native trees are essential for biodiversity. Preserving biodiversity is the basis of a directive passed by City Council last year for all departments to follow. Architects need to figure out how to build around native trees. The 4-to-1 replanting is supposed to be a deterrent to tree removal because there may not be room to intelligently plant replacement trees. Los Angeles is becoming no place for old trees. When you envision Los Angeles 30 years from now, trees will be much rarer, and we will have all done our part to contribute to this situation because we unnecessarily allow the overbuilding of the city. It seems every day the newspapers have stories of people who have moved elsewhere. Yesterday in the LA Times, the story was 2 women who relocated from their overpriced rental in the Fairfax district to their vacation home in Arrowhead. Today in the Wall Street Journal, the story was a woman who closed her successful boutique on La Brea and moved to her vacation home in Montana. People use our city to make their money and leave. Also, with remote work, people don't have to stay here, and the population is declining. Even the co-founder of Angelinos for Trees moved away and does not live anywhere near Los Angeles. Finally, new trees require a lot of watering. Unlike mature trees that use groundwater. Where's the drought consciousness in trading existing trees for new plantings that we have to water? Last month at the Business Council, the mayor said we nearly doubled our RENA requirements in building, though he said not much of that was affordable housing. What are we doing to our city except making it a place for developers to enrich themselves at the expense of overall quality of life by creating density and sacrificing trees along with the habitat they provide? Thank you for listening to my view.
Thank you. That clears the queue for general public comment.
Great. Thank you for the public comment. Public comment is officially now closed. Colleagues, take us on to the approval of the minutes of Wednesday, April 13 of 2022. Is there a second to my motion to move this item forward?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Dr. Campos, there's a first by me and a second by Dr. Davis to move the minutes of Wednesday, April 13 forward and forthwith.
We will start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, Madam President.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
And Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Dr. Campos. And colleagues and members of the public and members of our bureaus here, today we have a very special day, a celebration of our Arab American Heritage Month. I'm going to give a little just slight background because it's a very recent celebration that we started a year ago. And a year ago, if you remember, Adel Hashkali, the former executive director of Bureau of Street Services, really came to us as the board and said, hey, you know, this is something that I want to make sure that we celebrate, and that we celebrate the fellow Arab Americans that work within our bureaus. And we obviously heard his call, and we adopted now Arab American as part of our annual recognitions. And I also have to say that this year it was not going to be forgotten, because Assad from VSO made sure very early on in the year that Arab American Heritage Month would be celebrated for sure in our board. And so Assad, big thanks to you. You followed, you made sure that we didn't forget this, and that you made sure that it's now officially part of our annual recognition. So Adele, Assad, and all of you here, including Alex Halou from Bureau of Sanitation as well, all of you are great contributors to what we do here, and we're more than happy to celebrate the culture, your culture, our culture here in the city. As you know, we are a magnet of every single country here in Los Angeles, and that's the beautiful thing about working and being a commissioner, is that you get to just be around so many different folks from different cultures, and you appreciate and embrace what they bring to the table as well. And all of you here, by the way, all of you, Al, Shabab, Assad, everybody that's here today being recognized is part of that. So I'm going to stop, because I'm very excited that this board, Davis, to Vice President Villegas, our previous commissioners, and now our new commissioner, Corson, who has officially adopted it, we are very excited to be able to bring this to you this year and for the years to come. So next administration, Assad, make sure whoever's here, if it's not us or if it is us, make sure that they also incorporate this into every year's, from now on, every year, the recognition. So very happy that we were the ones to be able to do that last year, and we're super thrilled to be able to do it this year again. All right, so with that said, I'm going to kick it over to Commissioner Corson that will lead us in today's presentation. Commissioner Corson?
Thank you, President Garcia. I actually was smiling as you were speaking, because that exuberance that you have for this month and this event is the same I have just for Los Angeles in general, when we take a step back and celebrate the diversity in the city and the city family, because it's really what makes Los Angeles the premier city of the world, is our embrace of diversity and how we celebrate each other. And today I have the privilege of kicking off our Arab American Heritage Month celebration. Arab culture has a strong history of exploration and knowledge, something that fits very well with the Department of Public Works, and I've seen that firsthand, and I've seen it over the years, as I've also know Assad from our Valley roots. We will be recognizing just a few of the outstanding Arab women and men from the Department of Public Works for their achievements and contributions to the city of Los Angeles. For many years, there had been a movement in the United States to designate April as Arab American Heritage Month, which celebrates with celebrations happening in different parts of the country on a local and state level. Last year, the United States Department of State federally recognized April as National American Heritage Month, stating Americans of Arab heritage are very much a part of the fabric of this nation, and Arab Americans have contributed in every field and profession. There are a few places in the U.S. where this is more true than in Los Angeles, home to more than 88,000 Arab Americans. In fact, Arabic is the 13th most spoken language in Los Angeles. Arab American Angelenos are a part of the fabric of the city, contributing in fields like film and music, architecture, food, and I will never forget the food because it's really delicious, right here in the city government. Today we'll be honoring just some of the Arab American staff of the Department of Public Works for the contributions to the Department of Public Works and to the City of Los Angeles. And before I turn it over to Commissioner Davis, I want to thank the bureaus, the heads of the bureaus, and our public information team for really pulling this together and giving us an opportunity on this Friday to celebrate the heritage of Arab Americans. So for now, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Davis.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kassan. It's an honor and a privilege to participate in the Arab American celebration this morning. The Bureau of Contract Administration is proud to nominate Samir Hussein for Arab American Month. He is 30 years old and is Brazilian Palestinian. And his Palestinian family comes from Ramallah and Jerusalem. He is also a new first-time parent. Samar graduated from California State University, Fullerton, with a master's in public administration. He joined the Bureau of Contract Administration in 2018 as an assistant inspector, graduating from BCA's Assistant Inspector Program. Recently, he's been promoted to construction inspector. He has worked citywide performing all types of inspections from private development to capital improvement projects. He is currently assigned to the Los Angeles waterfront project in Wilmington. Samir's careful and persistent approach to his work assignments is complemented by his enthusiasm and agreeable demeanor. Samir is among the best and brightest for the next generation of the Bureau of Contract Administration's Public Works inspectors. We are delighted to recognize Samir Hussein as one who exemplifies leadership, humility, and commitment to ensuring quality, opportunity, and compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, Samir Hussein, our celebration recipient for Arab American Month with the Bureau of Contract Administration. Samir.
President Pro Tem, this is Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. I do not believe Samir was able to join us this morning for the recognition. However, we do have a representative from the Bureau of Contract Administration, George Espindola. George, your audio line is connected. Would you like to say a few words about Samir?
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Campos. Yes, Samir is one of our. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Yeah, Samir is one of our brightest, and unfortunately, he was having issues connecting this morning. I've tried to reach him several times, but yeah, he's definitely one of our brightest, and he will do outstanding things here with the city and the Bureau of Contract Administration.
Great. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Back to you, Commissioner Corson.
Thank you. Well, congratulations to Samir for, even though he's not on, but now it's my privilege to turn it over to Vice President Villegas.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the honor of recognizing from the Bureau of Engineering, Fadi Aboud. He's a civil engineer, and it brings me great honor to be able to recognize him today, and along with the other Bureau leadership from Bureau of Engineering. Fadi has always had a strong interest in engineering, tinkering around with Lego sets and erector sets as a child. I hope that's something that my kids pick up too, because I have a lot of Legos at home. Fadi Aboud graduated from the University of California, Irvine with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Civil Engineering in 2007 and started with the Bureau of Engineering in the wastewater conveyance division, working on large variety of projects. Fadi has also worked in stormwater group and wastewater conveyance construction division, and after being promoted to civil engineer, Fadi worked in the environmental engineering division at Hyperion Treatment Plant, working on more than a dozen projects throughout Hyperion Treatment Plant, and also throughout the Los Angeles Glendale plant and the Donald C. Tillman water reclamation plant. It's a lot of knowledge there. Fadi now works as a project manager for active transportation program in the street improvement division. Working in the program management field has allowed Fadi to get a better understanding of projects' complete life cycle from the beginning to end. In this division, they manage numerous street improvement projects with strict schedules and funding mandates on local and state and federal level. This position not only requires supervising design staff, but also coordinating with other interdepartmental offices and agencies, something Fadi has handled with ease. Congratulations to Fadi for being named by the Bureau of Engineering as for Arab American Month. Congratulations. Is he here today? There he is. I see you.
Okay.
I think you're muted. I think, do we want to let the, I think we're going to let our city engineer speak first, and then we can turn it over to Fadi. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, and congratulations to all the nominees here, and especially Fadi. We're so proud of you. You embody what we enjoy about engineering. Your rotation that Vice President Villegas described, and your depth and breadth of knowledge is definitely reflected when people come and talk to you. All I hear is good things about you, Fadi. And it was fun to get to see you, I guess about a month ago out there in the field, finally, you know, with the pandemic ongoing. So it was great to see you in person. We're just so proud of you, about your dedication and commitment, and what pride you take in delivering your project successfully. And so with great gratitude, I'll turn it over to you to say a few words.
Ooh, what about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I was having a little technical difficulties. Well, first off, I'd like to thank the Bureau of Engineering, the board, and all of the City of LA for giving me this amazing recognition and celebration. Special thanks to my division engineer, Arsen Skirchian, for letting me know about this opportunity to bid with. I'd also like to thank everyone at the Bureau of Engineering for providing me with a rewarding job that allows me countless of opportunities to actually work on projects that help the community. The Bureau has really given me so much experience in all kinds of engineering work, from design to construction management, now to project management. I've learned so much and have so much more to learn. I've grown in all facets of my career, even in unexpected areas such as mentorship for the new generation of engineers. I'd like to also thank my entire division at the Streets Improvement Division for all the support they've given me and how they made me feel like I was a part of a family and were always there to help me out whenever I needed. Lastly, I'd like to thank all of the executives and management for allowing us the opportunity to telecommute during the pandemic and having our safety as a top concern. It's really relieved so much stress in such unpredictable times, and really it means a lot to me, especially since I know others haven't been as fortunate to have such work flexibility. So I thank you all for that, and once more, I thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving on to our next honoree to recognize from street lighting. I'm going to try not to show any favoritism here because we're both graduates of Cal State Long Beach, but I have a feeling he's much smarter than I am, so please don't tell anybody else that. From the Bureau of Street Lighting, we have Engineering Associate Zuhair Shahab. Is he on? There you are. Yeah, you look much smarter than I am. We'll just... LA Lights has nominated Zuhair, who began his career with street lighting in 2007 after he was hired from Cal State Long Beach during an on-campus recruiting interview session. Zuhair has been, has had various engineering roles in BSL, working in our energy efficiency division, doing equipment approval and specifications, and working on street lighting infrastructure improvements. More recently, Zuhair was able to shine in his work in our tunnel and underpass LED lighting improvement program, brightening the Sepulveda Tunnel near LAX, the 3rd Street Tunnel, and most recently the 2nd Street Tunnel, which of course turned out to be incredible because he's a Long Beach State 49er, yes. No doubt. Currently works in our co-location division, partnering with telecommunication companies to deploy small sites and bring 5G in order to strengthen the city's cellular coverage for constituents, businesses, visitors, and emergency responders. Zuhair is a positive and enthusiastic employee who is always willing to think outside of the box and help highlight BSL's work. He excels at coming up with creative solutions to street lighting challenges and enjoys tinkering and being hands-on during the process. And I also see my good friend, Assad, and yes, so I'll let Assad give some remarks as well.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, President Garcia, commissioners, and the department representatives. I mean, first, I thank you on behalf of all the Arab Americans in Los Angeles, and especially within our city family, for this ultimate honor of recognition. Diversity is what makes our city unique in the sense we deliver public services with multicultural background. And that is a positive thing to cater and to serve all Angelinos regardless of their heritage. So as President Garcia mentioned, last year was designated as the Arab American Heritage, and hopefully every year we will be doing that. Today we're honoring our rising star, Zuhair Shihab. He's a street lighting engineer, associate 3, and he has been one of BSL valued engineering assets. He made an excellent example of engineering pride, knowledge, team leadership, and serving the city of Los Angeles to ensure our safe nights. He's a registered electrical engineer, graduated from Long Beach, and he has been involved with many leading projects like I just mentioned, the LAX Sepulveda Tunnel, Downtown Tunnel. He even worked on some bikeway lighting, and now he's serving in the co-location division. He's a great example of excellence in public service, and we honor him today, and congratulations, Zuhair.
Thanks, guys.
And I believe Victor is with us online, the division manager for co-location, if he likes to add. Thank you. Congratulations, Zuhair.
Thank you, guys. So you guys can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right. Hey, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank, obviously, everyone from the city staff to my executive management to the Board of Public Works to just having the opportunity to serve 15 years so far for the city of LA, right? Hey, Victor. Hey, everyone. So I would definitely, it's definitely an honor to be here, an honor to receive this award, and I'm definitely looking forward to the next 15 years of 15 plus years of my career to serve the city of Los Angeles and be able to shine. So thank you, everyone from all bureaus. I see everybody. Hey, Shirley. I see everybody. Thank you, Assad. Thanks, Victor. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, hey, Era. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it, and looking forward, serving the city.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Thank you, Zuhair. I want to jump in here too. I'm the co-location division manager, and I've had the pleasure of working alongside Zuhair Shihab. He joined a couple of years ago, and boy, did we need him, honestly. Those people who know Zuhair understand how valuable of an engineer he is. His diversity in the different fields and his experience is just unquestionable, I think, by anybody in the Bureau. I don't know anybody who doesn't know him up in the city. He's tinkered with everything and done everything, which was great for us, dealing with telecommunication equipment and sending out all these new cell phone locations and sites all over the city. We needed somebody with his experience and his get-em attitude, right? He's been a pleasure to work with, very professional. And he's been sharing his knowledge with the rest of his colleagues. I couldn't be happier, and honestly, I don't know anybody else who deserves this more than he does. And I thank him for his help and in his great leadership. He's a supervisor within our bureau, leading 3-4 other engineers and a drafter. And I couldn't be happier with his work. And I wish him continued success. Congratulations, Zuhair, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be moving on to our next honoree from LA San. Well, give a chance for the screens to be updated. LA San is pleased to nominate Ahmad Khanam.
Yes.
I just want to wait for you to. There you are. Wanted to make sure you were highlighted before we began. LA San is pleased to nominate Ahmad. Ahmad is from Lebanon and started his career with the city in 1988 at the Bureau of Engineering before leaving the city to return back to Lebanon for 10 years. He returned in 2004 and joined the LA Sanitation Environment team and has worked in sewer odor control since. Ahmad has an affinity for hands-on work, which matched well with his odor control duties to the large amount of field investigation and testing that is required. He was heavily involved in LA Sand's citywide assessment of the collection system odor problems and in developing an odor control management plan. He is a people person who is friendly, humble, and loves good conversation and a perfect liaison for the Odor Control Advisory Group. Ahmad's favorite hobbies are deep sea fishing and golf. Wow, two interesting combinations there. Thank you, Ahmad, for the work you do here at LA Sand, and I believe Alex is on. So, Alex, we're going to hear from you a little bit to hear a little bit more about Ahmad, and hopefully there's a little bit more explanation of how deep sea fishing and golf go together.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And I appreciate President Garcia, Commissioner Villegas, Commissioner Davis, and you, Commissioner Corson, for leading this. This is a true beautiful day for us on a Friday to celebrate the great accomplishment of the city employees. And Ahmad is one of the great city engineers working for the Bureau of Sanitation. And I have to give credit here to Gary Lee Moore, who really found his talent and lured him into the city of Los Angeles. And before we were able to steal him in the Bureau of Sanitation. So if you really want to know Ahmad, you talk to his colleagues who speak of his dedication to the city, his ability to transfer knowledge and mentor new engineers as they come. His division manager really assigned him the most complex cases on orders to deal with the public because his affinity to be friendly, to be able to showcase our dedication to improving the air quality and all the scrubbing system and all the other odor controls which he has been leading for the sanitation. I don't know really the combination between deep sea fishing and golf, but I know he probably will share some of the fish he catches next time with us. So we can have some good fish. And I would like to turn it over for Ahmad. And again, congratulations, Ahmad, on your
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the board for recognizing the Arab American Heritage Month. Thank you to Adele to bring this up. Thank you to Ali Posti for actually nominating me. It came as a surprise, but I'm really privileged to represent our Bureau of Sanitation. Yes, I joined the city in '88. First, I graduated from the University of Long Beach with a master's degree in structural engineering. And one of the few funny things is when I interviewed with David Yost, may God bless his soul, that he actually gave me an offer with the sewer division in the Valley District, and I told him that I'm really interested in being in the structural engineering capacity. He said, "Trust me, we like you, and you're gonna like it." First, I never knew where San Fernando Valley is, and this is where I met Adele when he came on board at that time. Yes, I left the country to care for my elderly parents back in the old country, Lebanon. Then I was privileged to be hired back in the Bureau of Sanitation, and we actually started to attack the odor control problems that we had and the spills that we had, and also the EPA when they actually sued the city for that disaster that happened. I've been working ever since. I developed the odor control strategies and approaches. Actually, it was actually we're at the mercy of the consultants. So we actually stole their technology and we applied it ourselves. And with that, we saved tons and tons of money. So we are actually the leading in our nation right now in odor control technologies. We apply all the latest technologies to assess the odor migrations and relieve the city citizens from that the smell and the nuisance. As far as deep sea fishing and golf, well, it's all about the season. And fishing is not all year round. Yes, I do like deep sea fishing. Actually, my record is 250-pound bluefin tuna that I caught last year, and I still have some. If anybody wants to share some of that stuff, I still have it. And seriously, I'm not joking. I still have maybe about 50 pounds, all vacuum sealed and look beautiful. And Alex, if you like sushi, or any of the members of the honorable board, I'm welcome. And as far as golf, well, golf is usually in the winter time. When it comes to summertime, I have to put my clubs away and then and go and actually I'm getting ready for the fishing season as this is start really heating up. But once again, thank you for recognizing me as a member of the Bureau of Sanitation for the Arab American Month, and I'm really, really proud. Been working for the city for almost 29 years. It's been great, and I'm so proud that I was able to contribute as much as I can, and hopefully for the next few more years. Thank you, sir. Thank you again.
Congratulations. Thank you for all you've done and all you're doing. And now it's my privilege to turn it over to our esteemed president, President Garcia, to introduce our next honoree from Streets LA. We'll wait for President Garcia. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson. I've enjoyed every single presentation and every single nominee, and all of you bring such a different but very important and unique trait to our to the city. So it's just really amazing to be here today. Yeah, there's Al. Yay! Hi, Shirley. Good. I'm so proud to be able to honor you, Al, and I'll talk good about you right now. So thank you. It's always such a pleasure to see you, and definitely even today more so. But I also want to give a shout out to Alex. Alex, you are definitely a leader within this community, and I'm sure that a lot of Arab American folks look up to you for not only your position that you're in now, but really just your all-around leadership. And you're also Arab American, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I also want to acknowledge Assad, who's also Arab American, and also in managing and leading roles as well. So please have also kudos to you guys. But now, it is my distinct honor to be able to recognize Al Bazi, from a principal civil engineer at the Bureau of Street Services. Al Bazi was born and raised in Beirut, Lebanon, the youngest of 5 siblings. In 1982, the civil war was raging in Lebanon, and at the age of 18, Al immigrated to the United States to seek a college degree in civil engineering. After graduation, which I don't know, where did you go, Al Bazi? Were you also a Long Beach person?
University of Detroit Mercy, Michigan.
Michigan, all right, okay, good to know that. After graduating, Al worked as a site engineer managing the construction of housing facilities in Saudi Arabia before returning to the U.S. in March of 1990 to start his career with the city of Los Angeles. For the 32 years that followed, Al worked on delivering the design and construction of sewer, street, and storm drain projects at BOE Central District. In 2018, Al was promoted to Principal Civil Engineer at the Bureau of Street Services. Al is currently the Division Manager for the Engineering Services Division, which is home to 70 civil engineers, landscape architects, and as well as construction and support staff. Al's division is responsible for managing and administering the Bureau of Street Services grants portfolio that totals $350 million in awarded federal, state funds, delivering the Bureau's capital improvement design build program, plan checks and approvals for metro and private development projects, and also delivery of special and discretionary funded projects. Thank you, Al, for all the hard work that you do here at Streets LA. You are definitely an asset to the Bureau of Street Service and an asset to your community, your culture, and I'm sure a great icon to your family as well. So, and I say family because I just learned that you're the youngest of 5. Wow. So I can't even imagine what your other brothers do or sisters. So we'll get into that conversation later. But with that, thank you. So, you're really well recognized here. And I'm going to turn it over to Shirley to speak more about you.
Thank you, President Garcia and Commissioners. It's a great honor for me to participate in recognition of our Arab American employees. I've known Al for over 20 years. We first worked closely together in the year of 2000 when we both transferred from the Bureau of Engineering to the Bureau of Street Services. Back then, we were kind of inserted into this bureau and we did not have enough space. So Al and I actually shared a large cubicle for a couple of years. That's when I really got to know Al. We worked on many projects over the years together, both at U.S. Food Services and at engineering, and I feel like that connection that we both have experience in both bureaus really helps us to develop our projects and ensure their success. Al currently oversees our engineering services division. He has a large task of administering, managing, and implementing our huge grants portfolio of $350 million. I really look forward to working with him on continuing that, growing our grants, and then implementing what we have. Thank you all so much for all your hard work. Congratulations on your recognition.
Hey, Al, all you now.
All right, thank you, Shirley. I couldn't be happier about our union at Suites LA. Good morning, Madam President, fellow commissioners, executive officers, city attorney, bureau executives, and division heads. I'm going to start off with a little story. When I first came to the United States in 1983, I was 19 years old, and to continue my education in civil engineering, right? I'm saying continuing because I had already started my college education a year earlier at the American University in Beirut. And because of the war, the Civil War at the time, I decided to leave and come to the United States. So my new home, as I mentioned, was the University of Detroit Mercy campus. You can imagine my excitement at the time to start a new chapter of my life, and on a very high note, right? I grew up with in Beirut watching American shows. My favorite shows were The Love Boat and Happy Days. So I arrived at my dorms, and the first thing I saw in the building was a huge banner that displayed in bold letters: Arabs go back home. I left Lebanon because of the civil war. At that moment, I realized that there was another ongoing war at my new home. Not one fought with missiles and bullets. But this one had a different ugly face to it. It was called discrimination. I called my father and mother. I was terrified. Told them about what I saw. They were very concerned about me staying in Detroit and demanded that I go back. I refused. I insisted on staying no matter what the challenges were. I would have never imagined that at that moment, that one day, such as today, was possible for me to be in front of you to celebrate my Arab American heritage. This is really a testament and a reminder for us, for everyone, that we've all decided to take an action. There's no room in our lives for racism, discrimination, or hate. I'd like to thank our Suites LA director, Mr. Keith Mosaic, the entire executive team, particularly my supervisor, Assistant General Manager Shirley Lau, for this nomination. I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Keith Mosaic for making equity and inclusion as his main pillars at Suites LA. There's not been a single meeting, division managers meeting, without Keith reminding all of us about equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you, everyone, for this nomination and this opportunity.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Congratulations on your honor. We've come to our closing remarks, but Mr. Brasi, I think, did an incredible job of providing closing remarks. I would say that, I came to America in 1984. I was not 19 years old, but my family also fled because of war in Iran and civil war. And this moment is moving for me, though not being an Arab American, because coming from Iran to an area in the city where it did not have a lot of Iranian Americans or Iranians in general, but we did have a lot of Iraqi Americans. And some of my closest friends ended up being Iraqi Americans. And during those moments of even being 8, 9 years old, I recall those moments of being discriminated against just because of what was on the news and what kids my age saw. And it was, those Arab American friends who were there to embrace and be comforting companions. And, as I reflect back now, Mr. Bazzi, you're a role model for many of us, because you're right. When we come to America or when we're kids and we feel that discrimination, we don't know what's possible. But to have our bureaus take the time to recognize that the diversity and the heritage, it just gives us hope and belief in ourselves that one day we too can be in these roles and be in these positions. And I commend all of you for your service, not just for the work you do, but for the city of Los Angeles and for being role models to the next generation. It's a remarkable moment when we do this and we celebrate diversity. And I thank the bureaus, the bureau heads, everyone involved within the bureaus who made nominations and made this day happen. And again, to our public information team who also compiled this great event. LA is a very diverse place with people from all over the world and all walks of life. And it is important too that those who work for us, for the city, honor and reflect the diversity. Arab Americans are part of that rich tapestry as engineers, managers, builders, and more. And as we saw, we're not all from Cal State Long Beach. Some of us went to Detroit University. We won't hold that against you, Mr. Bazzi. But showcasing you and your achievement helps us show that Los Angeles is a place for everyone. So thank you again and congratulations. And I will turn it back over to President Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson. That was a really nice presentation all around. Alvazi, you like closed it up with just really embody what a lot of our immigrant populations go through, and not just obviously Arabs were a significant part of that. You just nailed on what everybody goes through when they come from one place to another. So thank you, Al, for closing that for us today. And Commissioner Corson, thank you for leading this presentation today. Appreciate it. And everyone else that was here, congratulations. Celebrate, with your family. It's it's an Arab American month, but it's really your leadership, your work, your exemplary work that you contribute to the city that has led you to really be able to make the rest of your community proud of you and what you do. So keep doing at it and mentor the next generation that comes before you, so that they can also have management positions like all of you have here, or really be able to sit at the table as well. So thank you all. Have a good rest of the day and have a great weekend. Enjoy, celebrate, and be back at work on Monday. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the time. We are going to, the folks that were for the presentation, you are more than happy to stay and do business with us, but we're going to now transition into our regular agenda items and finish today's meeting. So thank you all. I know we go from a really high of having such fun and great stuff, and then it's like, okay, now we got to go back to business. But that's the work that we do at the city all the time. So Al and everybody else, hopefully in the future and pretty soon, hopefully we'll be able to have real claps, hugs, and pictures. So stay tuned for that. All right, everyone. Moving on. Now we're actually at the start of today's agenda. We're moving on to item number 1. This is a tree removal. I do know that we have 2 callers. So Dr. Campos, what I'll do, I will read it for the record, and then we can go into the callers. Then we'll go into the presentation from the Bureau. All right, folks. This is item number 1 in Council District 1. This is a tree removal for 4683 to 4691 North Glenavin Drive, recommending the board to 1, find that this project is categorically exempt under Section 15303, Class 3, and Section 15332, Class 32 of the state's Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and there is no substantial evidence the proposed project will have significant effect on the environment and is in compliance with the California Environment Quality Act. 2, find that none of the exceptions to the use of categorical exemption as set forth in section 15300.2 of state CEQA guidelines apply. 3, specify that the Bureau of Street Services Urban Forestry Division, located at 1149 South Broadway, is custodian of the documents or other material that constitute the record of proceedings upon which the board's decision is based. And 4, review and approve the request for a fee permit for 8 Toyon shrubs and 4 Southern California black walnut trees within 2 separate lots. Tree and shrub replacements are required. Mr. Ramirez, I see you're here. We're going to give a few minutes for public comment, and then we'll go to you. Dr. Campos?
Thank you, President Garcia. Joanne D'Antonio, if you can please unmute your microphone. The Board of Public Works is now considering item number 1. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak under this item. Please go ahead.
This is Joanne D'Antonio again. The applicant is preserving 1 protected walnut tree and 2 non-protected mature trees at this site. That is a start. But in this case, where's the planting plan for the 48 replacement trees for the trees they are removing? I don't see it in the transmittals. Could it be because there is no room for them?
I received a copy of the statement you received as public comment from an unbiased horticultural professional
Who said that is in fact the case. The trees won't survive if they even get planted. Losing the bond money may just be the cost of doing business. Shall I keep a list of cases like these and some years from now do an expose on what happened on these lots? What did our city officials allow to happen? As commissioners of the Board of Public Works, you have to take the word of a consulting arborist hired by the developer who wants to build where the trees are. Urban forestry does not have the clout to stop a project that promises they are planting replacement trees. But urban forestry is allowing 48 trees to be planted in too small an area. I know this because when LA San was planting trees on the median in my community, urban forestry did not allow trees to be planted any closer than 25 feet between trees to allow room for canopy. You can look this up. LA Urban Forestry Rule online. My neighborhood had to give up the offer of many tree plantings because of this requirement. Walnuts can get big, and there is not room for 25 feet between each of the 16 new walnut trees. Then add in the 32 new toyons.
The toyons are shrubs, but they need to go wide for stability. Single-trunk toyon saplings fall over, as can be evidenced
at the Westwood Greenway, where they had to be replaced with multi-trunk toyons. I am sorry that you are required to make decisions without being experts when it comes to trees. All I can do, if you unwisely approve this, is hold this address for a future case study expose of a misguided planting plan. I did this as public comment to be on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Antonio. We'll go ahead and move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 688. Caller ending in 68. Diana Nicole, if you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. The board is now considering item number 1. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under this item.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Diana Nicole here, Commissioners. I hope that you had an opportunity to read the email I sent and comment to this project. Especially since my day started at 5 a.m. I realize that email was late, but I do work for a living. So I'll just reiterate a couple items in there. The proposed removal does represent a significant loss of a walnut grove and loss of walnut habitat from the project sites that will not be mitigated by the replacement tree plan. This is extremely dense plan that's proposed for mitigation, and it will leave inadequate space for most of the replacement trees to survive. Planting the walnuts in 3 to a hole, others too close together, as is proposed for this tree mitigation plan, is not only horticulturally and biologically unsound, as I pointed out in the email letter, It's a real cynical approach to mitigation. Planting the mitigation toyons in agricultural rolls would result in an artificial landscape. Basically, we're turning a sensitive natural community that's doing all of these ecosystem services and providing the biodiversity that we humans need in the city of LA to survive into something of a landscape amenity. It will not provide the ecological benefits commensurate with the trees and habitat proposed to be removed. The subject tree removal permit that I'm urging you to do, or what I'm urging you to do here, the permit should be denied or continued until the board is presented with a mitigation plan that makes sense spatially, horticulturally, and ecologically. And I will do something because people pay me to do this for it. I've been doing this for 20 years for a living, doing landscape plans with specializing in native habitat. I will provide my services for free as an expert in this in order to come out with a better plan, but it can be done. And again, I urge you to continue or deny this permit until the applicant can come back with an appropriate mitigation plan where the trees will survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole. President Garcia, that clears the desk for public comments on item number 1.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Campos, and thank you to our callers today. Mr. Ramirez. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, respectable commissioners, and the attending stakeholders. My name is Brian Ramirez with Streets LA Urban Forestry Division, and I'll be presenting this item today. What we have before us is a fee permit, or it's a request requiring board approval for a fee permit to remove 12 protected shrubs and trees, which include 8 toyon shrubs and 4 Southern California black walnut trees, for grading, soil removal, recompaction, and construction of 2 new 4-story single-family residences on 2 separate lots. Tree and shrub replacements are required. The property owners, Bella Gutman and Susan Gutman, through their respective representative, Nick Leathers, with Crest Real Estate, are proposing to build 2 4-story single-family residences on 2 separate lots. The proposed residence at 4683 Glen Albin Drive will have a total square footage of 2,382 square feet on a 5,187 square foot lot, where 7 protected tree and shrub removals are required to enable construction. The proposed residence at 4691 Glen Albin Drive will have a total square footage of 2,494 square feet on a 5,188 square foot lot, where 5 protected shrub removals are required to enable construction. The combined total quantity of proposed removals is 12. Both lots are currently undeveloped. There are 5 Southern California black walnut trees and 3 toyon shrubs at 4683 Glen Albin. 4 of these 5 Southern California black walnut trees and 3 toyon shrubs at 4683 Glen Albin Drive will be impacted by remedial grading required for the development of this site. One Southern California black walnut tree is located more than 12 feet beyond the grading and behind a chain link fence. This tree will receive no impact and will be retained and protected in place. The 5 toyon shrubs at 4691 Glen Albin are proposed for removal. Toyon shrubs number 1 and number 2 require removal due to the remedial grading required by the grading division due to the steep non-conforming slope along Glen Albin Drive. Protected toyon shrubs 3, 4, and 5 will be impacted by the required grading combined with the required retaining walls ranging up to 10 feet in height for the rear yard area. Bella Gutman and Susan Gutman, owners represented, acquired the services of Lisa Smith, registered consulting arborist number 464, to provide an assessment on the properties and to address the project's impacts to all the protected trees and shrubs. Lisa Smith prepared 2 protected tree reports in response to the request and submitted the protected tree reports for Streets LA review. A Streets LA arborist inspected the subject location on January 9th, 2022. The inspection confirmed the 5 existing Southern California black walnut trees and 3 toyon shrubs at 4683 Glen Albin Drive. The inspection also confirmed 5 existing toyon shrubs at 4691 Glen Albin Drive. 1 off-site Southern California black walnut on an adjacent lot will be retained and protected in place as well. The Streets LA arborist agrees with Lisa Smith's protected tree report, stating that 4 Southern California black walnut trees and 3 toyon shrubs will require removal to construct the new residence at 4683 and 4691 Glen Albin Drive. The Streets LA arborist also agrees, the Streets LA arborist agrees with 5 toyon shrubs will require removal to construct the residence at 4691 Glen Albin Drive. The total quantity of both lots and the total species being removed is 12. As it pertains to alternatives that were explored for this particular project, the Streets LA seeks to preserve healthy and desirable trees when possible, and we only consider tree removal after all feasible alternatives for tree preservation have been exhausted. This particular subject site is a steep uphill slope with the protected shrub and tree species currently growing within the front portions of both parcels proposed for development. The proposed removals are directly located within the footprint of the required grading for proposed construction of 2 new 4-story single-family residences, requiring soil removal and recompaction. Therefore, the removal of 12 protected shrubs and trees is required to enable the applicant to proceed with the approved project as planned. The location, size, and condition with soil mitigation of the trees and shrubs negate the possibility of tree and shrub preservation or relocation. An attempt was made to preserve 3 shrubs at 4691 Glen Albin Drive by proposing to relocate the retaining wall away from the protected shrubs. The project manager, Nick Leathers, provided Streets LA the preliminary assessment forms from the Department of City Planning stating that the required minimum setback from the rear of proposed residence is 15 feet, and the proposed retaining wall cannot be relocated to preserve toyon shrubs number 3, 4, and 5. As a condition, if this is approved, is that the applicant shall plant 32 15-gallon toyon shrubs and 16 Southern California black walnut trees on site to replace the removed trees and shrubs. The survival of these trees shall be guaranteed for a period of 3 years by bond. And if the board approves the removal of these protected trees and shrubs, the permit shall then be issued by Streets LA upon notification by the Bureau of Engineering that the bond has been posted. Upon issuance of protected species removal permit, the Streets LA shall be notified a minimum of 10 days prior to the protected tree removals, and the tree expert shall be on site the day that the species are removed to ensure that the proper tree and shrubs are removed. The Streets LA arborist will arrange an on-site meeting with the applicant or their tree expert the day following the protected tree removal. The applicant, in conjunction with the project's landscape architect or tree expert, shall be responsible to ensure that the tree and shrub removal permit replacement conditions are in compliance. Replacement tree and shrub planting shall follow the landscape plan to the fullest extent possible. Streets LA shall be notified no later than 5 days after completing the tree and shrub replacements. A Streets LA arborist will make arrangements to visit the site and approve the tree replacements as being in compliance with the permit conditions within 5 working days of the notification of planting completion. Streets LA shall be notified immediately if any permit conditions have been violated or cannot be fulfilled, and failure to comply with this requirement will result in fines or legal actions. As stated in the recommendation, this The project is categorically exempt under Section 15303, Class 3 of the city's Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and there is no substantial evidence that the proposed project will have a significant effect on the environment and is in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The actual CEQA documentation notice of exemption was drafted and filed, and it was headed by the zoning administrator as it pertains to their zoning case for this project. Finally, as it pertains to the public notifications, the first council district, as well as the Community Forest Advisory Committee, was informed of the tree removal permit request on April 5th, 2022. And the council office was tasked with notifying Streets LA of any objections of this particular project prior to the board hearing. And I can attest to the fact that there have been no objections by the council received to this date. The applicant was advised of the recommendations contained in this report, and this brings my presentation to a conclusion, and I make myself available to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. You did a very thorough, great job on your report. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Ramirez?
Yes.
Dr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for a good, thorough report. I just have some questions in terms of better understanding and getting some clarification. As it relates to the arborist, that is the street, LA's arborist, is this an arborist that we contract with from the Bureau, or is this an arborist that is shared with the vendor or the contractor?
The actual report writer, Commissioner, is a registered consulting arborist, and her name is Lisa Smith. She is the report writer. A Streets LA arborist then reviews and does a follow-up inspection to confirm that the tree report is accurate and confirms that everything within that report is in fact valid.
So the two arborists involved in the process are separate and apart from the arborist that the contractor, the vendor, would get, correct? We don't share the same arborist as the contractor.
We do not share the same arborist, correct.
I wonder why Ms. D'Antonio is not aware of that.
I believe she is. As I stated, the registered, and I'd like to point out the fact that the registered consulting arborist that was hired by the property owner and the representative is in fact a registered consulting arborist, and they are in fact a board certified master arborist. I personally believe that this is like the pinnacle of knowledge and expertise in arboriculture. Their recommendations are noted within their report.
Yeah, I don't question their professionalism, preparation, or certification. What I would love to have is some increase of awareness from constituents about what our process is. Don't know if you are the person that can assist in helping to inform them of how we proceed on these efforts in terms of when we get an arborist, it is not an arborist that is shared with the contractor, that they are separate and apart from that, and they are a person from whom we have gotten an agreement solely and exclusively for ourselves for an opinion. My understanding in the testimony that I heard before your presentation led me to believe that perhaps the advice that we are receiving from an arborist comes from one that is paid by somebody else. When I heard the report from you, I am clear that that is certainly not the fact. So I just believe that, and it's not necessarily your burden alone, but I think systematically we want to explain to constituents how we do business so that they can have a better understanding. And I think they would be more satisfied to know that, in fact, we do have an arborist. So I hate to burden you with that fact, but for me as a board member, it's important for us to clarify that with all of the people involved in our work here. But thank you for the report.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Commissioner Corson.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. This was a very excellent point that you raised. Mr. Ramirez, I appreciate your thoroughness in the presentation, and just for clarity to the constituents who have submitted public comment and spoken here today, I am a previous planning commissioner, and so when I see one of these things, I go to either the zoning report or the staff report from the land use, and in that report, in the correspondences, they discuss the tree removal and the community's input, and they discuss how they came to the conclusion and how they arrived where they arrived. And both the Mount Washington Homeowners Alliance, as well as the Neighborhood Council, and it seems like as well as the council office, ultimately came to an understanding and agreeing on this tree removal process. And so, I mean, and this is from 2021. So it seems like it's been thoroughly reviewed. There has been community input, and, you know, all levers that are involved in getting to a final conclusion on this with urban forestry seem to be aligned. So I would be comfortable approving this item as presented by urban forestry.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson.
Second.
Got it. All right. Villegas, any objections or concerns or anything you want?
No objections. I really liked the comments by Commissioner Davis and by Commissioner Corsand. You know, I think sometimes maybe members of the public feel that we are easily influenced. And I'm glad that we were able to set the record straight. You know, there may still be doubt by members of the public, but please have it known that this commission takes every decision seriously, and we do read our reports and we do look at the attachments. And because of that, we have to make it known very clearly on record as this meeting is being recorded, so that you can look back on it, that we do take this information seriously. I don't like being called a non-expert, as we heard in public comment. I just have to note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Appreciate that. And in addition of reading the reports, we also get briefings. So beforehand, and we have by the way, we also have a meeting that we meet with the urban forestry, and we go through every single case before it even comes to this point, so that we can find the way to save as many trees as we can. Everybody on this board feels that same way. All right, Mr. Ramirez, there seems to be a motion on the table by Commissioner Corson and second by Dr. Davis. Dr. Campos, can we go to roll call to approve item number 1 forward and forthwith?
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and start the voting tabulation, and we'll start with you, Madam President.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
And Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Have a good rest of the weekend, and look forward to continuing working together on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, moving right on to item number 2 on today's agenda. This is a request from the Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Contract Administration in all council districts. This is a request for qualifications, emergency on-call list for sewer and storm drain repairs. Recommending the board to 1, authorize the city engineer to advertise and issue RFQ for the proposed of establishing 2 on-call rotating lists of contractors
for emergency repair work for the city's sewers and storm drains. 2,
waive the business inclusion program outreach requirements from this RFQ for the reasons discussed in this report. 3, authorize the staff from the Department of Public Works to evaluate and pre-qualify the respondents based on the requirements and procedures set forth in the RFQ. And 4, direct the city engineer to submit the proposed on-call contractors list to the to the board for adoption with recommendations on executing the contracts with each of the selected contractors. Mr. Wang, you're here. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Board Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is George Huang from the Bureau of Engineering, Wastewater Conveyance Construction Division. The item before you today is to request the board or authority to advertise this request for qualification RFQ package to the general public for to establish the next 5-year contract for the emergency on-call for sewer and storm drain repair. The emergency on-call contract will establish 2 rotation lists, one that will be for sewer emergencies, and the second one will be for storm drain, to address storm drain emergencies.
And then the contract will be administered by the Bureau of Engineering. In regards to the RFQ,
The scope of work can range from emergency repairs of small local sewers and storm drain, typically about 6 inches to 10 inches of that pipe diameter, or to major sewers and storm drain, which can be about like 5 feet and above diameter. The Bureau of Engineering is requesting to distribute this RFQ through the Regional Alliance Marketplace for Procurement, RAMP, which was formerly known as LA Bavin. Contractors who subscribe to this service will be notified when this RFQ is advertised. So this current contract, this current 5-year contract that we have will expire in November of 2022. So this next pre-qualified on-call contract is for the next 5-year duration from 2022 to 2027. In terms of the business improvement program outreach, the contractors are required to mobilize personnel in a timely manner and begin work within hours an emergency is issued by BOE or LA SAN. We're asking for the waiver because historically there's been 2 issues with emergency contracts. One is the flexibility of implementing a BIP or a PLA for these contracts. The flexibility the contractor is needed in order to respond to the emergency situation quickly. And because of the large volume and the short durations of these projects, which typically range probably no more than a couple days to 1 week, our ability to administratively monitor BIPs would be infeasible in terms of trying to have the staff and resources to do so. We have also been in conversation with the city attorney and with the Bureau of Contract Administration about finding creative ways to address BIP, but historically these are the 2 factors, flexibility and monitoring, that have sort of limited us on implementing it. But that doesn't mean that there are no subcontracting opportunities. A lot of the work, the cleaning work and the rehabilitation work that are done by subcontractors as well, in addition to the prime contractors. So it is not always the prime that does the full work in these emergency projects. The RFQ also will encourage local business preference program. Contractors who are certified local business enterprise will receive an 8% to their total evaluation score, which is 100%. And also, if they are certified local small business and local transitional employer, they will receive up to 2% also to their final evaluation score. So in total, the LBP program could add a total of 12% to their final evaluation. The criteria for the evaluation is specified in the board report. There are 4 criteria with different weight factors to it, and they add up to 100%. Some of those criteria are the performance evaluation, contract compliance, technical capability to perform the emergency repairs, and then also previous work experience on City of LA projects or non-City of LA projects. The minimum passing score to successfully pre-qualify to be on the list is 70% or higher. Therefore, we're excited. We want to, that's why we're requesting the board to be able to advertise this RFQ and get this contract process going. So with that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for that report, very thorough report. Colleagues, any questions on this item?
None for me.
Thank you. Seeing none, is there a second to my motion to move this item forward and forthwith?
So moved.
I'll take it as a second.
Oh, second, yes, I'm
No
so sorry.
problem. No worries. Dr. Campos, we have a first by me and a second by Vice President Villegas to move item number 2 forthwith, forward and forthwith.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting. We'll go ahead and start the voting tabulation, and we'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
And Commissioner Corzine.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Have a good rest of the weekend. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Very soon.
I got it. Goodbye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, colleagues, moving on forward to item number 3. This is from the Bureau of Engineering and Bureau of Contract Administration in Council Districts 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, and 15. This is a contract award for Crosstown Electrical and Data, Inc., Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 7, 9 left turn signal modifications, formerly 17 signal modifications citywide, and Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 723 RRFP, and 1 Hawk citywide, formerly 28 RRFB citywide, federal ID number HSIP 5006844 and HSIP 5006843, recommending the board to 1, declare Crosstown Electrical and Data, Inc., sole bidder to be the lowest responsible bidder, and award Crosstown a contract for this project for $10,314,023.95. And 2, authorize the president or 2 members of the board to execute the contract after approval as to form has been obtained from the city attorney. And we have Arsen, you're here for this one?
Yes.
Arsen, Ms. Lam, and Mr. Seto. All right, everyone. Thank you, and turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Arsen Roskerchian, the Principal Civil Engineer with the Street Improvement Division of the Bureau of Engineering. And I am joined today by our project manager, Winnie Lam, from the Bureau of Engineering, and our partners from LADOT, Carlin Cito, who will be representing LADOT on this one. And so this is a joint report with Contract Administration. However, the project, we're partnering with LADOT, and so we asked Carlin to join us today. This report before you is for a construction contract award. This is for 2 projects that were combined. And so that's why the name is so lengthy, and the former titles we had to include in there for federal requirement purposes. And so again, that's why the title is so long. But essentially, we're asking for authority to award this construction contract. And I'm going to pass it over to Winnie, our project manager, to provide some background and details on the project, and then to Garland to provide some details on the actual signal modifications that LADOT will be the lead on. Winnie?
Good morning. Winnie Lam with the Bureau of Engineering, Street Improvement Division. To provide you with some background, there are 2 packages, a federal package here. The first package is 9 left turn signal modification. The second package is 23 rectangular rapid flashing beacons and 1 high intensity activated crosswalk. So of course, with these traffic improvement, we're also adding the ADA compliant curb ramp at every corner of the intersection. And for the location of these intersection is located in 10 different council districts. Council District 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15. It is a LADOT and BOE combined effort, as Arsen mentioned. The LADOT traffic transportation engineers designed the signal work to improve the safety. And because of the large dollar amount of upgrades, LADOT reached out to BOE to design the curb ramp to bring the existing ADA, curb ramp to current ADA code. BOE will also be managing the construction of this project. As for the funding manager and grant applicant is LADOT. The funding is Federal Highway Safety Improvement Program grant with local match. Interestingly, it is basically 90% federal and then 10% matching. And of course, I want to go over a little bit on the bid being 32% over our CE estimate. That supplemental funding comes from our Vision Zero State Fund SB1. And before I go into the contract detail, I do want to bring in my colleague at LA Department of Transportation to explain on the transportation element. Garlancito.
Thank you, Winnie. Good morning, Board Commissioners. My name is Garlancito with the City of Los Angeles Department of Transportation and Transportation. I'm the transportation engineer of the Complete Streets Group, and as Winnie had indicated, DOT was the original grant applicant for this project, and this is a safety-driven project. DOT took the approach where we looked at citywide. We looked at all the accident histories at the various intersections and identified these locations as locations would benefit either from the left turn modifications or the additional of the safety beacons. Just to clarify, that originally there was 28 safety beacons that were identified when we did the initial grant application. During the time from the grant application to now, some of the locations had already been built, and that's why there was a formal rescoping with Caltrans and why the name change. Same thing on the 17 left turns. Some of the locations had already been built, and hence the name change and the downscope. The flashing beacons, there are two types of beacons that we're installing. We looked at all the marked crosswalks that we had throughout the city. Any location that didn't have a supplemental traffic device, we looked at it, went through the warrant analysis to see whether or not it qualified, and either it's going to get an RFB, which is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or a high-intensity activated crosswalk. Both of them are flashing beacons. They operate slightly differently. They're different in cost and a little different to design. The RFBs are much more easier to design. They're self-contained. They usually run on solar power, and they're usually for lower speed intersections. And what happens is the pedestrian comes up to the crosswalk, they push the button, the indicators start flashing overhead, and that alerts the drivers that a pedestrian's about to enter the crosswalk. At that point, the vehicles are to yield, but they don't necessarily have to stop. But we find that most of the time when the beacons do flash, vehicles do come to a full stop. The difference with a hawk indicator is that when the pedestrian pushes the button, it actually indicates that the vehicles have to stop. The beacons start flashing, vehicles come to a full stop. These are a little more complicated to design because usually they also tie into our signal systems. They usually have a controller cabinet. There's a lot more excavation involved. There might be system detector loops, and they usually tie into the signal system. And then moving on to the left turn phasing, the 9 locations that we're proposing for left turn phasing, they're currently signalized intersections. Left turn phasing just basically means we're adding a left turn to it. There's 2 types that we do a left turn arrow. Either it's a protected arrow or it's a protected permissive operation. A protected arrow, basically what happens is the vehicle comes up to the intersection, they go into the left turn pocket, they'll usually see a red arrow, and then they just wait until the green arrow comes up. And at that moment, there's no opposing traffic, and they're protected. They're protected for about 15 to 20 seconds to make that move. There's no conflicting move, and there's no pedestrians crossing. In contrast, the locations that are, again, the protected permissive locations, they get a protected phase, which is a little shorter in duration, maybe for about 5 seconds versus maybe 15 to 20 seconds when we do it protected. They get about 5 seconds where they're fully protected, and then that green indicator, it goes dark, and then the signal stays green. At that point, vehicles have they're allowed to make a permissive left when they're safe to do so. Usually we do that at locations where there are more gaps in the vehicle flow. And there's a benefit in the sense that also you don't take as much time away from all the other directions of traffic. You don't dedicate a full 15 to 20 seconds where the other traffic directions have the weight. So that's basically the operations that we're proposing for these improvements. And as Wendy had indicated, all of these signal improvements would also include the civil upgrades to upgrade all the curb ramps. This is a project that we feel is a very good project. It's a safety improvement project. It is in line with our department's goal to improve the intersections, and it would benefit many of the constituents to the city because it does cover such a wide area. And with that, that concludes my part. And if you have any questions directly for me on the traffic component, I can answer those now. Otherwise, I'll hand the presentation back to Winnie.
Right. Thank you, Department of Transportation, Arson, and Winnie for your report. Colleagues, any questions on this item?
Could you tell me about the funding for this item?
I could comment on that. So this was originally through the HSIP, the Highway Safety Improvement Grant, Cycle 7. We at that time had identified the funding based on what the costs were at that time for the improvements, and in that time, subsequently, some of the design standards had changed as far as the curb ramp requirements for the ADA standards. That was kind of the reason why there was an increase in the costs on this project. All of the locations for this project, all 24 beacons as well as all 9 left turn locations are part of our city's Vision Zeros, either on our high injury accident networks or on one of our priority corridors. So these locations are all safety locations that we're looking to improve, and they also would qualify to be using the Vision Zero money. So instead of the normal 90-10% match, local match, this is really, you can really look at it as an overmatch with the Vision Zero money that were contributed in addition to it, since they qualify to use the SB1 money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, is there a motion to move item number 3 forward?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Dr. Campos, we have a motion on the table moved by Vice President Villegas and second by Dr. Davis to move item number 3 forward and forthwith, I imagine, right?
Yes, please.
Got it. Dr. Campos? Dr. Campos.
Is there technological
Yeah,
problem?
I think we're having an issue here. We're waiting for roll call.
Yeah, I think it may be, the audio may be frozen. That happens occasionally.
I'm going to go check on him right now. Hold on.
Okay. I'm surprised. He's usually very on top of it.
Well, it freezes. Both the visual and sometimes the audio will freeze.
We are physically looking for him.
Oh, physically? He's down the hall.
Down the hall. There is a Teresa, Vice President Villegas went to go see.
He found me.
Okay, good. All right, Dr. Campos, we're ready for roll call for item number 3 to move it forward and forthwith.
Yes, and President Garcia, I apologize. Can you repeat the motion for me?
Sure. It was moved by Vice President Villegas and second by Dr. Davis. Item number 3, forward and forthwith.
Forthwith. Perfect. We'll start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
And Commissioner Corzine.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous.
Great. Thank you. Arson, Winnie, and Garland, have a good rest of the weekend. Thank you for your time, and look forward to getting this project done.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
All right, colleagues, this takes us out of our voting items. We are now in item number 4. It's a status update on major upcoming street improvement project by the Bureau of Street Services. And we have Mr. Lewis here, who has been waiting very patiently for us to finish. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Good morning. President Garcia, Commissioners, Bureau Representative Dr. Campos. I'm Antoine Lewis, representing Street Services, Streets LA. I'm going to speak to you about the metro projects that will be coming up from May 1st to May 7th. There'll be 8 projects totaling 3.8 lane miles. In the Valley area, there'll be a total of 4 projects totaling 3.3 lane miles during that same duration of time. That is my report for today, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Lewis, any questions, commissioners? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Have a good rest of the weekend. Enjoy your time, and we look forward to seeing you next week again.
Next week. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. All right, colleagues, moving on to item number 5. This is the status of all personal services contracts, policy number 793, all bureaus. Dr. Campos, who do we have here from our bureaus today?
Yes, we have from the Bureau of Sanitation, we have Nancy Lanton and Alexa Esparza. From the Bureau of Engineering, we have Willis Huffman and Long Huang and Greg Vandergriff. And from the Bureau of Street Services, Melinda Chow and Renee Carrillo. From the Bureau of Street Lighting and Contract Administration and the board, there's nothing to report.
Okay, understood. We'll start with sanitation, then we'll move to BOE, and we'll finish with Bureau of Street Services. All right, sanitation, go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, ladies, and good morning. Good to see you both.
Good morning, President Garcia and commissioners. I am Alexa Esparza, Senior Management Analyst who provides administrative support to the Information and Control Systems Division. We have 9 ICSD on-call contracts for sanitation automation technology projects. And the current contract expired on April 8th of this year, and a 1-year extension is being processed to continue the contract through April 8th of 2023, as well as a 5-year amendment to complete planned or projects that are currently in progress. In addition, an RFQ is also being drafted so that we may open the opportunity for new on-call contract vendors for additional projects in the future. We have, under this contract, a total of 17 task orders issued with 11 task orders awarded. The total contract amount that have been awarded is $17,574,975. The total task order expenditures are $15,396,786. This far, achieved to date for MBE is $5,117,361 for 33.2%. For WBE, we've achieved $2,205,782 for 14.3%. For SBE, we've achieved $650,752 for 4.2%. EBE of $28,299 of 0.2%. Zero DVBE and OBE of $436,645 with 2.8%. And that concludes the ISCD contract report.
Thank you, Ms. Esparza. Is that it for sanitation?
No, Nancy will provide the rest of the contract update.
Got it. Go ahead, Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nancy Lanton from LA Sanitation's Administration Division. I'll do the rest of our report. The report before you is our quarterly report ending March 31st, 2022. The total amount billed since I reported last quarter for all of our personal services contracts is $36.4 million. 4.029 of those contracts are under the old MBE-WBE program, and $32.4 million is under our business inclusion program contracts. Under the MBE-WBE outreach program, we've paid out 1.8083 to our WBEs, which is a total of 26.9%. Under our BIP program contracts, we've paid out a total of $4.8 million, which is 14.9% total of the contracts. $2.7 million to minority businesses, that's 8.5%. WBE is $436,000, which is 1.3%. SVE 667,000, which is 2.1%, EBE 389,000, which is 1.2%, DVBE 30,343, which is 0.1%, and OBEs $1.3 million, which is 4.2%. This quarter, we are reporting on contracts expiring within the next 9 months. Under our solid waste program, we do have one contract that's expiring on June 2nd. That's with ERI. That's the collection and recycling of electronic waste. The board did approve a 3-year renewal option for this contract, and the council approved that this month. Under our stormwater program, we have one contract that is expiring on June 30th, 2022. That is with Escroner Associates. That's the contract with our stormwater public education program. We're not going to be renewing that contract, as we're going to be utilizing the on-call contract and release a TOS pending board approval. Our next set of contracts expiring is with our clean water program. We do have 12 contracts expiring. 9 of those is the ones that Alexis just discussed, so I won't go over those. She discussed that we will be amending that contract, renewing that contract. The next one that's going to be expiring is with RBM, or Responsible Biosolids Management. That one expires November 14th in 2022. The board did approve an amendment for RBM in February, and that one is currently waiting mayor and council approval, and that's going to extend the term for 3 years. And then we have 2 contracts that we will not be renewing. One of them is with Myron Electric Construction Corporation, that it will be expiring in June. That's for our specialized high voltage services for the plants. And we're currently preparing a new RFQ for those services. And then the last contract that's not going to be renewed is with RNG Funiki Farms, expiring on July 22nd, 2022. And that's for our custom farming operations at the Green Acre Farms. The board approved a new contract for these services, a new 5-year contract, and then council approved that contract just this week. And then I'll give you a quick update on our policy 793, which is our task order solicitations. These are our other set of 24 on-call contracts for our planning and technical services. For this quarter, we've ordered for our TOSs that are less than 150,000. We've issued a total of $5.3 million, and we've paid out $4 million. For TOSs that go before the board that are greater than 150,000, we've issued a total of $189.1 million, and we've paid out $151.6 million. And a total under all of our on-call contracts, we've issued a contract total of $194.4 million, and we've paid out to date $155.7 million. And then in regards to subcontractor utilization for our on-calls, MBE is 21.5%, WBE is 7.7%, SBE is 22.1%, EBE 13.7%, DVBE is 0.8%, and OBE 17.8%. The quarterly report before you also addresses our subcontractor deviation concerns. A majority of the deviations are from the task orders from the 24 on-call contracts. I've noted in the report, in our large report, that some TOSs have been closed, but they're still on the report. And some of those services were utilized by sanitation, so subcontractor did not perform some of the work, and I've noted that in my report. And then we also anticipate that the subcontractors will be utilized at the later phases of the project. So we do anticipate those participation levels to increase, and then we have seen that in previous months. And that concludes my report for this month. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Nanton, for that. Any questions, colleagues? Hearing none. Thank you, Bureau of Sanitation. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, President Garcia and Commissioners. My name is Long Huang. I'm going to report on the quarterly change orders that was under 150,000 that was issued between the period of January 1st and March 31st, 2022. During this quarter, we have 28 active construction projects. We issued 87 change orders under 150,000 with the total value of $1,282,638. That concludes my report.
Thank you for your report. Is there more on Bureau of Engineering, or is that it?
Yes. Good morning. This is Will Huffman from Wastewater Conveyance Construction Division. So I'm here today to present the Bureau of Engineering Construction Order Report for the period of January 1st to March 31st, 2022. This report is in accordance with the Board Supplemental to Proposed Policy 793, which requests a quarterly aggregate listing of construction orders issued under the City Engineer's authority of $150,000 for construction services contracts managed by the Bureau of Engineering. Construction services contracts authorize BOE staff to use on-call lists of contractors that provide emergency and as-needed repair services throughout Los Angeles for typically a 5-year contract term. Projects under these contracts are driven by short implementation schedules, concerns for the public welfare, unacceptable environmental and social consequences if not urgently addressed. To issue notices to proceed with work on these contracts, we typically utilize what we refer as construction orders, which is different from a change order. A construction order document typically defines the scope of work, project budget, and method or payment. The report before you includes a list of work orders, title, and issuance date for each construction order within the last quarter under $150,000, broken down by divisions. So taking a look at the report itself, during this time period, there were no construction orders issued for municipal facilities, emergency geotechnical structural or street improvement, emergency storm drain repairs. There were 14 issued, total amount of $510,000. And then for emergency sewer repairs, there were a total of 91 construction orders issued, roughly for $4 million. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Huffman.
Commissioner Garcia, this is Craig Vandergrift with the Bureau of Engineering to report on our personal services contracts for the quarter from January 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2022. During this period, we had 160 active contracts and were invoiced for approximately $13,916,734. There were actually 151 active contracts as of March 31st of this year. Under our MBE WBE outreach program, there are 21 contracts that invoiced for an amount of $3,888,962, and the total subs invoiced was for $596,102, or 15.3%. Under our business inclusion program, the number of contracts were 107. The amount invoiced this period was $6,956,990. Our MBE, WBE, SBE, EBE, BBBE, and OBE subs invoiced were $3,269,577, or about 47%. Under our disadvantaged business outreach program, which is primarily for federally funded projects, there were 32 contracts with $3,070,782. The total subs invoiced was approximately $1,396,297 for 45.5%. For tasks awarded under $150,000, we only had tasks in the business inclusion program that were issued. There were 4 tasks issued. The total awarded was $190,969. For tasks awarded over $150,000, again, there were only tasks awarded under our business inclusion program, and those were.
Hey, hi.
Hey, quick question. So those were with Harrison Associates, HDR Incorporated, and Lair Architects. The total awarded was $10,080,000. We continue to advertise our task order solicitation and our projects through RAMP, and there continue to be no issues or complaints. We have no new contracts executed for this period. There were 9 contracts that expired during this period. Those are listed in the report for the details on those. Jumping down to item 10, amendments unexecuted but are approved by the board. Our architectural services contract from 2004 with FSY Architects Incorporated was approved by the board for an extension, and that extension is still pending with execution at the city clerk's office. Most of the report does contain information in detail on each of the contracts and task orders in process and the negative deviations involved in those. However, for the majority, we believe that there's sufficient time and funds that we'll be able to meet the pledge goals for those contracts. So in total, under our MBE program, the Bureau of Engineering continues to meet the department goals. With 21 contracts and 48 tasks, our invoiced amount is $42,975,818, which is about 70% of the budgeted amount. We've achieved 14% MBE and 5% WBE and 23% OBE. Under our business inclusion program, 107 contracts, 114 tasks. The invoiced amount is $95,414,587, or about 57%. Our MBE achieved is 19%. Our WBE achieved is 14%. Our SBE achieved is 31%. Our EBE achieved is 20%, while our DBBE is 2%, and our OBE is 18%. Under the Disadvantaged Business Outreach Program, again, those are federally funded projects. We have 24 tasks with a invoiced amount of $44,748,499, or about 75% of the contract amount. And our DBE achieved is 20%. Our OBE achieved is 11%. That concludes my report. Are there any questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Vandergriff. Commissioners, did you have any other clarifying questions to ask of him? No. Thank you, BOE staff. We will then move on to Bureau of Street Services.
Thank you.
And we just had President Garcia needed to leave just in preparation for budget meetings. Hello, Ms. Chow and Mr. Carrillo. Thank you for joining us today. I will turn this over now to you, Ms. Chow. I think you're muted.
Maybe we can go with Renee Carrillo's presentation first, and then Melinda can check her audio equipment.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Campos. And good afternoon, everyone. I'll be reporting today for Policy 793 for construction change orders issued through the Construction Services Division for Streets LA. Currently, we have 2 construction projects that we'll be reporting on that took place in the first quarter for the quarter of the year 2022. First, I'll start with the Los Angeles River Headwater Bikeway project. During the first quarter of the year, we issued 8 change orders for a total aggregate of $41,741.72, which was 0.72% of the overall original contract amount. Project to date summary we have issued 15 change orders, bringing the total executed amount of $90,852.40, which is overall at 1.56% of the overall contract amount. This project is on time, on schedule, and the numbers look really great. For the San Fernando Road Bikeway project, we only issued one change order for $141,400, which is at 0.77% of the contract amount. Today, we have issued 33 change orders for a grand total of $1.784,345.58, which brings us to a 9.7%. That is the update for this quarter of our two projects with Streets LA. And if no one has any questions, this concludes my presentation to the board.
Thank you for your report. And commissioners, do we have any questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go with Ms. Chow. Hopefully we can hear you.
Hi, commissioners. Can you hear me now? Technical difficulties as usual.
Yeah, all good, all good.
So this is Melinda Chow representing the Bureau of Street Services to report on the status of personal services contract for the quarter January through March of 2022. We do have 18 active contracts that are where vendors are continuing to provide services. We have 2 contracts that were amended this past quarter. The first one being the contract with Clean Harbors Environmental, which provides routine and 24-hour emergency response hazardous waste management services. Plus, the contract was extended for 3 years through November 1st, 2023, and that contract extension was just executed on April 11th. The next 5 contracts are for our disposal contracts. These contracts actually expire at the end of the calendar year in December 31st, 2022. We are exploring the feasibility of extending these contracts. They were for 3 years, so if we do extend it, we would have to go to the board as well as City Council for authority to extend. We're also exploring the feasibility of piggybacking on one of LA Sanitation's contract, which is with waste management. And again, these disposal contracts are for the recycling and disposal of inert materials and construction and demolition materials. The next one, we do have 4 contracts for landscape median islands maintenance. Those contracts are currently on the 2nd year, and no change to the contracts except for one, which is with BMC Landscape Management. And that particular contract had a contract ceiling increase by $226,000, and that was approved by board in December of 2021. And so that increase is to install Christmas lighting on trees as well as to repair turf as well as landscape and irrigation on the median island located on Huntington Drive in El Sereno. We do have the contract with bus benches for bus benches with Marching Outdoor Media, and that contract actually expires in 2026. However, we are working on a contract amendment to add shade structures to these to various bus benches that are covered under the contract. The next one is with Creative Paving Solutions, which is for the application of crude pavement in select neighborhoods. That was a 1-year contract that actually expires in June 30th of 2022. However, we do plan to execute a 1-year renewal option if the funding is approved in next fiscal year's budget, as proposed in the mayor's 22-23 budget. There is a line item that is setting aside $4 million for this type of service, so we will most likely go to board soon to request a renewal option to extend it for another year. There are 3 other contracts that are active. However, no changes to the contract terms were executed during this contract period, this reporting period. I'm just gonna go ahead and skip those. We do have 2 pending contracts that we hope to present for award soon. First one is the contract for our street maintenance technology program that will be with the Los Angeles Trade Tech College. And this is a college accredited program where we try to train and give more experience to employees as well as the public who are interested in careers in public streets services. The contract and what that contract was actually approved by city attorney in April. So we will be going to board with the board report for award very shortly. The next one is also very close to award. This is for pavement consulting services with Shaheen and Associates. He has provided consulting services to the city for many, many years now, and his last contract expired in 2021, and so we are working to renew another 3-year sole source contract with him, and the draft contract was sent to city attorney for review also in April of 2022, so we will go to board for approval shortly. We do have 9 active TOSs, or task order solicitations, all of which we are utilizing contracts, basically most they're on-call contracts that are administered by other departments, primarily BOE, and a couple of them are with LA DOT. There are 4 TOSs that are for wastewater and environmental engineering services. They all expire in July of 2022. The first one is with Parsons Environmental, and that provides advertising consultant services for our coordinated street furniture program. The cost awarded was for approximately $473,000, and that has been fully expended. There is a likelihood that the services will be extended later on. BOE is working on an extension of that contract, and we may decide to go with an extension and execute additional services with this vendor later on, maybe. And the next 2 are with TH2M Hill Engineers and Tetra Tech. Those 2 projects have actually been completed, so they will be closed out shortly. And the next one is with Solmus and Associates. This provides systems development and support services to our bureau, and it's for our asset management system consulting contract. The contract amount awarded is for approximately $1 million. Notice to proceed issued to date total about $800,000. So although the contract expires in July, we do expect to extend the contract for 2 additional years to finish additional work on the contract. We do have another contract, item number 6, on the report for civil engineering services, which provides access ramp design support for the Bureau. The contract actually expired in March of 2022. However, we did get board approval to increase the contract ceiling by $145,000 by the board recently, and so that amount is now for a total of $895,000. The project has already been completed, and we're pending final invoicing from the vendor. We also have additional contract with Kimley Horn and Associates for civil engineering design services. That contract, or TOS, was awarded $5.3 million. This with design services for our Broadway Manchester Active Transportation FK project.
notice to proceed issued to date is approximately $1.8 million. We are working on another board report to revise the TOS to increase the contract amount to provide additional scope. And those are all the contractual changes to our TOSs to date for this reporting period. However, we are also working on 3 TOSs that will be pending award very shortly. The first one is for street sweeping optimization services, and the TOS was issued in December of 2021, and proposals were due in February 2022. The board report to award that TOS is being prepared, and it will be awarding it to Somas and Associates. And we have 2 additional TOSs that are for feasibility studies for Measure W, and they are for 2 projects that the Bureau is working on. And the TOSs were issued in February of 2022. We had the proposals due in March, and so 2 proposals were received for each of those 2 projects, and we are working on a board report to award the TOS at this time, and they will be awarded to CDM Smith Incorporated. And that's it, and that concludes my report.
You're always so thorough, Ms. Chow. Thank you for your report. And commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, thank you very much. I think, Dr. Campos, are we done with our items today? Did we clear the desk?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and we will not have a management meeting so that concludes today's meeting.
Commissioners.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.